Greetings, every. Greetings, everyone. It's Imaginovsky, and welcome to my stream. Greetings, everyone. It's Imaginovsky, and welcome to my stream. Greetings, everyone. It's Imaginovsky, and welcome to my stream. Greetings, everyone. It's Imaginovsky, and welcome to my stream. Greetings, everyone. It's Imaginovsky, and welcome to my stream. Greetings, everyone. It's Imaginovsky, and welcome to my stream. Greetings everyone, it's Imaginovsky and welcome to my stream. Greetings everyone, it's Imaginovsky and welcome to my stream. Greetings everyone, it's Imaginovsky and welcome to my stream. Here we are. I should stop the timer and turn down the volume on that whatever ambient track, I guess, and keep playing in the background or something. That's kind of how I envisioned it when making it, so that it can be playing in the background. Although I guess can be quite disturbing in the let me see here, with the drums and stuff. Okay, so here's a weird thing. My camera isn't working for some reason. I'm just gonna put it even into the background. This track. Yeah. Let me just get the camera working. No clue what is. Okay, oh, I see what's going on. The NVIDIA broadcast is not turned on. Right, now I get what's going on. Although I could... You know what? Maybe I'm gonna get rid of that. I do have some bottles on my desk, which I can remove, I guess. Give me a minute. Yeah, there was my Pepsi bottle. Anyways, yeah, I mean, it looks good as it is, I think. I don't think I'm gonna have the green screen, behind me. Should be okay. Shane Armstrong, hello and welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I guess you will be the first viewer of this evening where I am. Nice to have you. As of now, I'm not working on anything. I've actually just started the stream, so I guess I'm about to do some sound design and whatever, some experiments in my whatever soft synth VSTs and stuff, and see, I don't know, if I can do anything interesting. But aside from that, I hope to give some music feedback to people if anyone is gonna arrive and ask for one. So that is also going to be the, I guess, the topic of the stream, right? Anyways, since the camera is working, just check it real quick. Right, I guess we can leave it this way. And sorry for me looking sideways, since I actually looking at the second monitor, so it might look weird, but whenever I sort of turn to my main monitor, it kind of looks a little bit more natural, I guess. And I guess I can turn on this background music while I do something. All right then, so so first things first, I was actually thinking of fixing a preset that I made recently for the Discord server, but I kind of never uploaded it, but I just want to make sure it's all okay before I kind of upload it there, so that there's more variety in the preset section in there. Hello Coley, and welcome. How are you doing? It's kind of nice that people are already swooping in, or whatever the word is. It's always nice. Yeah. Anyways, hello and welcome. All right, so let me open up this. Where is it? I think it was Vital. Yes, that's what I wanted to open. And so what I forgot to, I guess, do some finishing touches on. I think it was this one here. Let's see. Right. And maybe route the volume a little bit, and so that it's not too loud. So, you know, these like, let me see, 80s FM piano keys that I was thinking about uploading to Discord for people to, whatever, do something interesting with it. Even though I guess not everyone is an 80s synthwave head like I am. But let me see if I can find some interesting MIDI notes to go along with it. So there's more of a... Let me see MIDI patterns. Yeah, whatever. Nothing is playing. Oh, right, because there is a no pattern. Okay. That'd be weird. Let's try like this. Chord stabs. I don't know, I feel like the octave is too high. So what I'm doing now is, I guess I'm trying different MIDI notes just to make sure it's kind of like proper preset before I kind of upload it to my Discord server, which is available under the ! Discord for those of you interested in whatever feedback or that kind of thing, without whatever advertising it too much. But I don't know, I think like last time I've tried it was okay, but I'm just gonna go sweep through some MIDI and see. Yeah, I get the feeling that the octave is playing on my computer keyboard. But I don't know, let's keep trying. Chord groove. Yeah, it's still... I probably just have to transpose it by hand. And maybe a little bit faster. Let's see. Melody. Or yeah, I think I should transpose it. Let's see, pitch or not, whatever. Let's do 115. Dun, dun, dun. It's okay. So maybe like to just briefly talk about a little bit before I kind of upload what I wanted to upload it. So like, yeah, a little explanation. So this is basically a lot of like FM synthesis pretty much. So let me see if we maybe start from scratch. So that's probably gonna be a little bit weird because I did this wavetable, right? Which is looking something like this. Let me see here. It begins something like this, and then it basically, let me see here, modulates from this like very, very FM modulated FM sine to just this regular sine. And I was supposed to do that in here in Vital, but I guess I didn't really know the software too well, so I instead did a wavetable in Serum instead and imported the wavetable in here so that it kind of looks like this. And what it sounds like by itself is just sound like this, which is this timbre of that piano, right? And then it kind of, yeah, and then it's just being very quickly sweeping through the table, pretty much. So that would be it. So that would be the first timbre of that sound. Then the second one, I don't remember what this thing is doing. Let me see. Oh, this would be. Oh, now I see. So what is happening here is that would be like a bottom end or slash tail of the actual, you know, piano key or piano hit. So basically the whole thing is sound like this, and without the timbre, it's just the the tonal part, more or less. And this tonal part, so this is a sine wave that is being modulated by the sine wave beneath it, pretty much. And so this one is, I think it's called the carrier in terms of FM synthesis, and this one is the receiver kind of situation. And there's an amount set in here, how it's sort of, instead of it being just a regular sine wave, instead it is, yeah, some nice modulation going on there, and altogether it creates this the sound over here. However, maybe that was a little bit wrong on me, because this is actually the dry sound without the effects on top of it. So the timbre and the tail, and then to give it more of a 80s feel, there is a chorus which I took some time to just kind of set up properly, so that it feels kind of like the 80s, or kind of like the Juno 106 style chorus, with some like, basically like I don't know how I should say this, like a chorusy feel to it, and I guess there's no other way to put it. And a bit of reverb, which probably people are gonna turn off anyway, since I don't know, it's always best to use an external one whenever there is a chance for it, and whatever, kind of process the reverb separately. That's usually what I do anyway. Hopefully when they come up with I think it's Matt Teitel, the person behind Vital, as soon as he, I think he has the Vital FX in the works. So basically a FX component of Vital. I think he's like, I don't know, like working on it still, or whatever, soon about to be released or something, I hope. And it can be used pretty much the same way as the what was I supposed to say? Like Serum FX, pretty much. So like a FX, an effect insert, but looking like this, pretty much, which would be nice, and I guess would help a lot for a lot of people, since these are, I would say, like quite top notch, you know, by themselves. But anyway, so yeah, I think I'm gonna I'm just gonna get back to, I do not have actually a lot of presets in here, since see here, I didn't make a lot of sounds in this synth, but you know what, let me upload this thing to the Discord and whatever. So how should I export preset precisely? And or maybe I don't have to. Maybe I don't even have to. Browse presets. Open file location. There we go. That's it. Nice. Okay then. And send a file or upload a file. Right. FM piano and okay, so I first, okay, so I guess I'm gonna just hit enter on this one. Right, and I guess I'm gonna do a little bit of editing on the Discord first. Let me see. Speed capture, sure. So let me see. FM piano preset of that is a how should I put this? How should I? Something like this. And I probably should have some kind of emoji. I like emojis. For some reason, they just sure. And yeah, I should be good for now. All right then, awesome. Yeah, I guess I'm not a piano player by any stretch of imagination, but I guess I just whatever, bang my keys on my keyboard, computer keyboard. I do also have a MIDI controller, but I just yeah, again, I'm not a like whatever Mozart or whatever kind of situation. So yeah, I'm still in the process of like trying at one point to kind of sit down and learn some proper classical piano, but yeah, it's gonna take some time before like getting any proper results, I feel like. Anyways, so we had this, so we got fixed or that situation resolved. I guess I'm not gonna do too much in here, but instead replace, and I'm gonna launch on my, let's see here, launch one of my favorites where all the magic happens. Let me see, yeah, it's brought properly, and hopefully there is plenty of volume for you guys. Nothing is too quiet or anything. Just gonna yeah, so it's quiet right now. And because it's too loud for anyone, you can let me know as always. But I'm gonna just reduce the volume on my headphones here. Oh shit! I actually didn't notice your message, Shane Armstrong. Thanks so much for the compliment. I appreciate it. Okay, you're not music producer yourself. You make sound effects. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Like I might assume like for movies and stuff or whatever computer games. I mean, it's a very respectable how should I say industry of like sound effects, right? I might imagine. Let's see, I'm just gonna adjust that service. And yeah, sorry, I guess it was a while since I was streaming recently. I actually got like a more than a week of break due to yeah different stuff, health issues and stuff, and yeah, I'm just getting on back on the horse pretty much. So, but I guess I pretty much recovered now, and yeah, it's like probably 1 2 extra days, and I'm gonna be like fully recovered from like infection and stuff. So. Yeah, I was thinking of using some kind of a. Let's actually go to the factory once and see harmonic overtones. Let's try some. Just assign this to nah, let's go for sequence. Reset all. Trigger. I don't know, I feel like it's already something interesting, and I'm like, again, I'm like a sucker for, you know, FM synthesis in general. So I actually already like the result, and you know, it can be used in some like melodic slash arpeggio scenarios, pretty much. And I guess it wasn't like that much of a work, since these are kind of like pre-made wavetables, and there isn't actually a lot of FM or modulation, kind of in real time going on. But there is actually a preset which is similar to that, that I've also made, that is actually featuring just basically handmade FM, or like basically modulated sine waves, and kind of start from scratch. Maybe I'm just gonna whatever save this one, because I actually already enjoyed this quite a bit. Let me see. Let me just might find my folder, or instead save. Yeah, exactly. And what is that gonna be? So this is more like a, I guess like a plaque. So I'm just gonna go plaque. I have so many FM plaques. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna call it according to the name of the MIDI file, I guess. All right. And I guess I'm gonna edit and see. So this is a pluck. Right. And save. So let me see. I can see here somewhere. I think it's like more like a bell, actually. Or is it? I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, I think it's this one. Let's see. So, interestingly enough, this only consists of sine waves. Or like, well, originally. And these, they're just quite a lot of modulated sine waves here and there. And because, like, for example, here, the shape of the sine wave looks, you know, a lot different is because it has this modulation from FM modulation from oscillator C, which is in here. So these are basically like your regular operators kind of situation. Like for those who know kind of how to operate, you know, FM synthesizers, you're gonna be able to feel like right at home pretty much, but just with more visual approach to it. So yeah. So anyway, yeah, so this, let me maybe go through it a little bit so that it's whatever, somewhat useful. So first things first, maybe I'm gonna disable all the effects so that it doesn't feel too. So this is like the dry one, and so basically like a little whatever FM synthesis tutorial for you guys. This is pure sine wave. Sounds like this, and it has some kind of a very short envelope on it, which looks like this in terms of volume. There's a filter enabled, but I don't think it does anything, if I have to be honest, because it's completely open, and it's usually how Rapid looks like. It's basically enabled filter opened all the way up to 22.050 kilohertz or something like this, and yeah, as soon as you don't drag it down, it does nothing, or well, if you don't modulate it as well with anything, obviously. So this is it. And right now nothing is happening, but as soon as I enable the oscillator B, so this is the same sine wave but 28 semitones up in this case, like for this particular patch. Like it can be, you know, you can just pitch up and down however or how much you want. It's just up to whatever sounds good pretty much. And for this particular preset, which is called I apparently call it FM Marimba, because it kind of first sounded like a marimba, but then I guess I went a little overboard with it and got something a bit more interesting for those of you guys who like whatever marimbas in, I don't know, tropical house or whatever it is, or any kind of, I don't know, genre that kind of benefits from having some kind of marimbas in them, right? Right, so FM modulation again, but in a very quick way. So this one is modulated by envelope C, which looks like this, and this is pretty much the envelope that is how should I say this, triggering this modulation, which is basically FM modulation or phase modulation as people refer to it as well. And 28 semitones, because if it would be 24 it would be more like this, 14 or sorry 12, which would be basically 1 octave up. This is also interesting, like basically no difference in pitch, but then I wanted this to be more of a timbre like, so I went like this. And so the last bit in this whole page, at least, is, let me see here. Right, so this is the also another sine wave, but in this one, this one is pitched 1 octave up in relation to the first one. So it does like little bit of difference, like not a lot. So this is the source from C. And by the way, if, well, I guess I haven't like put up any information about it yet, but I guess I could also do like requests for whatever, any particular whatever sounds from whatever favorite songs of yours or whatever favorite tracks, or I guess I would try to like whatever recreate some kind of interesting sounds that you guys might whatever maybe not exactly know how to do or whatever. I guess it's also a possibility to do here on the stream, and kind of whatever for you guys to kind of recreate this. I guess it could be something in the pipeline for future broadcasts, pretty much. But yeah, anyways, yeah, it's something to for me to think about for sure. Anyway, so right, and there is, let me see here if this does anything. Right, so there's also this maybe let me get back to the original. Disable these. Right, so yes, so as we talked about, so that was sine wave, and then this sine wave is being modulated by this sine wave, 28 plus semitones, or 2 octaves plus 4 semitones, in other words. And then it's kind of exactly as we said, like there are some envelopes that are being set up to kind of modulate this. And let me see here. So now the interesting thing that is happening here, something that I apparently did, is feedback loop, or FM modulation, but not modulated by other sine wave, but basically a feedback loop that feeds into itself. And let me see here. So in so that way it would look like a it's called the maybe it's not quite visible, but it's called phase modulation feedback. And to my understanding, it is a feedback loop. So basically this thing is feeding into itself. If we maybe play it alone like this, okay, it's not audible, but yeah, it sounds quite boring. It actually doesn't do much, because it's so, the envelope for this modulation is so short. So it's envelope D. It's unbelievably short. It's, I don't even get how I managed to, okay, so it's 9 millisecond of decay on this thing. But the more I extend this, it's gonna sound like it's kind of gradually going to become a sawtooth out of a sine wave, which is how usually what the result is when you feed a sine wave, or when you feed, in other words, feed, how should I say this, the same oscillator to itself, and whatever is going on at that oscillator, and you kind of feed that information back to the oscillator itself. Which I'm not entirely like knowledgeable on how the feedback loop works in FM, but it's kind of the result. Like you can get that's how you get sine waves, or sorry, that's how you get saw waves out of sine waves in FM, pretty much, right? I would guess, like, yeah, most probably. So just tiny a little bit in here. So it was like, again, in 9 milliseconds. Just a click, just to give that additional click. And then that thing, inaudible, goes back to here. And then there is, so that was just B, and then there is C, which gives a bit more interesting timbre, whatever. Plus 12, and just pure sine wave in here. Modulation right here. Right. So now, so that was the high part. So 3 oscillators for this, and yeah, Rapid is pretty crazy in that regard. And what we have now is kind of the bottom end. So basically, to fill up this bottom end gap of that sound is going to be, let me see here. So this is, I guess, like a whatever, how should I say this, like low/mid frequencies. I don't know, like it's the right visualization, but you can also see it here. It's like pretty damn low here. And then when you add the top part, it's filling up the rest of the frequency spectrum pretty much. So yeah. So that would be it for this. And then there's a, so what happens here with these two tabs is they each of them go to a master channel, which could be like a, I guess you could compare it as to or to like a mix bus situation. So these two are kind of like their own mix buses going to a so this mix bus and this mix bus, so number 1 high, number 2 low, and it goes to number 3 and number 3 over here. And if I turn down the volume on this thing, it's quiet, because this is the master fader for this whole thing. And I can pan this around. Yeah, because it's, you know, you can now you are hearing stereo information generally on the stream. So I think it should work. Anyway, and there were some effects, but I guess I have to enable them just by going back to the preset or reopening the preset. So what is going on here? A delay. And let me see here. So the timing on that delay is pretty weird. So it's, I think it's called 8th note dotted. So in this particular example, like, yeah, I guess that was the intention, but you can change it to whatever you want. And yeah, I guess just a little tip for using delays in general. High cut, low cut. So this is right now at 2K high pass, and you can also see it at the top of the synth or of the Rapid 1993-ish 57 hertz. And no high cuts pretty much on this particular preset, and some feedback and some mixing or dry wet knob pretty much, and timescale. I pretty much never used this, but I imagine some kind of like whatever stretching algorithm thing that, I don't know, can, whatever you have right now can kind of slow down by a factor of whatever, 2, let's say, to 50%. But it kind of behaves differently than that, so I guess I would need to read the manual on this thing to really figure it out. So that would be the delay, right? And then there's like a stereo separation thing and modulation, which I guess I don't know. Maybe I use sometimes, maybe not. Then there's chorus, and chorus is pretty interesting because I think it's a different one. I don't know. Yeah, so I use it here more as a doubler sort of thing, and that's actually pretty interesting idea to, like, generally, how should I say this, both widen and make your sounds more interesting, is to use chorus, but in a very clever way, sort of, so that it's not like sort of like, how should I say this, making your sound whatever, cloudy, or I don't know, like destroying the sound itself, but it's sort of like in a nice way adding just additional synthetical wideness to sound. So it's like a similar situation, like people would use delay to, or Hass effect to use like a synthetic widening. You can also do that kind of thing with, like, not exactly the same, but in a similar fashion with chorus, and I guess I did just that over here, I think, because I don't see any preset, and I have some presets saved. So what is happening here? So this is pretty much the I'm not even exactly sure how I would explain that, but I guess the hints that are above each one of these can kind of help you out in case you wanna whatever recreate this preset in any other chorus effect that you like or use, and kind of just just for widening sounds. I didn't even use any. There is in fact a spread parameter in each of the oscillators, and I don't think they even work, because the unison is, there's just one a voice of unison pretty much on every single of these sounds. So I never even play with unison, just so that you know, in this particular sound, right? So anyway, so there was delay, there was chorus, and then there is reverb, which is, you know, in this particular synth, and it's just absolutely mind-blowing. It's like always like surprising me a lot, the way it sounds. And I just pretty much stopped using any other reverbs, because I like this one so much, especially considering the fact that it's available as a separate effects unit, this whole like effects section, so from Rapid. So man, it's just like, and I'm usually quite how should I say this, picky when it comes to this type of stuff at this point. So like even getting Rapid for the effects section alone is already worth the money, because it's like, yeah, so good. Anyway, and balancer I think was just some gain compensation, because initially it's like quite, I don't know if I should say quiet, but it's just like a couple of dBs lower, and when I apply all of these, I just usually put a balancer on top to just kind of like gain compensate, but in this case pretty much lower the volume, not make up but make down, maybe, if that's the more proper description for it. So yeah, so that would be an alternative to the sound that we just made recently, which was all right, PLFM Pop Mouse. Yeah, this one in comparison, when you switch back to it, is quite it's missing a lot of stuff. So I don't even know why you know, let's play around with it more and see if I can squeeze some more out of this thing. So I was thinking actually feedback. So let me try this. Okay, so here's the thing. I think I need to take a quick break, and well, maybe not a quick, but like at least 10 minutes since yeah, I feel like I got this basically toilet need right now. So my apologies. So I guess I will be back in a few minutes. Hopefully less than 10. Let's make it 7, or let's make it 8. So I'll be right back. Whew, all right. Anyways, yeah, I guess I managed to get back before the actual time that I set up here. So let me actually stop that timer and get back to. Let me see. Let's do it like this. Right. So that was the background music. Anyways, so where were we recently? Right, so I was. Let's close this one down. Right, so that was this preset that I was talking about a little bit. Let's see if I can. Yeah, so. Oh shit. Right, so. Yeah, So we did, so instead of using feedback, phase modulation and feedback, I used instead just, so this is going to be phase modulation, which is like, so what happens here is that this sine wave is, or it's not feeding into itself, which would be the case for feedback, but instead there is like a regular sine wave, which is also pitched plus 12 semitones in this case, and it's kind of like, I guess, like an extra oscillator in here that is kind of modulating, which is pretty crazy. And then I am sort of feeding this as a to this one as a carrier. I think like the carrier is the right word for it. And then there's, let me see here, envelope C, which, you know, again, is this one. Yeah. So it's like pretty short envelope. If I make it a little bit longer. But yeah, I just want that, you know, a little bit of click, or a little bit of timbre, pretty much. I feel like even this would be enough. Let's go with 12. So without it, and with it. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna save it that way. So yeah, I don't know. It's not the best. It's not my best work, but it's certainly useful to kind of do something interesting with it in the future. So let me see. Let's try maybe some other sounds and see if I can come up with, or just use some other MIDI information. So what I'm doing right now is I would just throw in some MIDI notes that I made previously, which is actually good like working practice. Make a lot of MIDI information that you kind of like, and then kind of save it for later. And kind of hot swap MIDI to whatever, find some interesting sounds and shit. So maybe accidentally, if I stumble upon a good combination of a synth sound and MIDI information, then I guess we can like try to do something more interesting with it. But you know, that would be like, I don't know, not exactly planned, as I just generally want to do like basically sound design session or whatever. But then again, I might be like very slow in the way I work anyway, so let me see. I'm just gonna explore a little bit. Apparently, let's see. It's quite low in the octave. Now it's better. so maybe let's keep this soul thing for a while, and whatever, see if I find anything else. Okay. I don't know, they feel like jazzy chords a little bit. I don't even know what key and scale that is. Apparently didn't save information for that, so. But it sounds like kind of weird. Not my usual preference of whatever scale. I think it's more like some kind of unusual scale going on, at least according to what I hear. Some of the notes overlap within the, what is it, F sharp major, but it's not. It's completely not that. Actually, let me listen to this thing and see, or let me use this utility and figure it out, because I'm actually interested. C minor. What the hell? Really? Guess I'm a bad at music theory then. Let's see. Let's actually see if that's true. Aeolian. No, it's not. Just what I was saying. So, okay, I see the problem. So this one is weird. I mean, like, not like weird, but just basically a little out of the whatever, the different enough from the rest of the free voicings or whatever the chords to kind of whatever. So maybe instead I will route this thing to let me see. Let's see, port number 3, and then I'm gonna route this to scalar. And usually, if I cannot get anything useful out of the first analyzer that I used, then I can try and record the MIDI. So I think it was 3, right? And off. No, wait. Output 3, input 3. But that's also not a guarantee. Nah, let's instead just switch the oh shit. Just cut and paste. Okay, so what is it gonna tell me? Let's see. Let's find out. Okay, that's probably enough. That's what I thought. Okay, so it's not even any kind of jazz scale. It's or maybe it is. I don't know. But it says it's Dorian, apparently. So these 3 I can I think I can remove like this. Okay, so oh shit, wait. No, it's not. It's not Dorian even, because the notes are gray, or the chords are gray, and if they are gray, that means they are not compatible. The hell? Okay, let me try something different. Okay, but that's pointless anyway, because the what it shows me also the amount of compatible notes. So that's what's quite interesting to figure out is or to know is that, you know, it kind of guesses which key and scale might be, and also shows the amount of compatible. Right, so here. So 7 out of 9 notes are within that key and scale, and 2 out of 4 chords within this progression are compatible within this, again, key and scale. So yeah, how are we gonna, I don't know, like, yeah, sometimes I just have a hard time guessing. Yeah, sometimes there are these like kind of very weird progressions that I just cannot really figure out, no matter how much I try. I think last idea that I started turned out to be F major bebop or something like this, and it took me like at least half an hour to figure that out. And now it's, I guess, like a kind of a same situation. Although it's like very, very close to C minor. It's like so close that there's this only one note. I don't know how I should look at it. Damn. Anyway. I don't know, but it was just nice to whatever figure that out. So, but I guess I'm not gonna add that information to the MIDI file since I just don't know, and I guess it would take me too much of time to just, you know, try to figure out which key and scale this thing belongs to. But if anyone has a guess here on the chat, you're welcome to tell me if there's any whatever music theory expert. Other than that, I think I'm just gonna keep on going with this thing. So let me yeah, I have some like, even like there are like MIDI information that you can download off the internet sometimes. I don't remember the name of the website, but there is one where people just, it's like a huge database of like people basically uploading MIDI notes. And I like to, well, maybe not as often as I like to, but you can just go in there and kind of whatever, listen to MIDIs, bunch of different MIDIs, and then kind of download whatever you find interesting. And people like genuinely upload some really weird stuff in there sometimes. I even used that that one in that progression in some project, but it was like a long time ago. Let's see, what is this? Clipping. me see. Even some of the so this one is actually a weird one. So it sounds kind of out of balance in stereo. It feels like quite pan, but if I put it to mono, so now it's quite whatever, monocentric, right? So it's not like whatever panned. But if I restore its original stereo information, so this one, so this is a weird story of this one. So this is sampled off of a iOS app, which I don't remember the name of, but it was some kind of a synth that I bought on App Store a while ago, and I wanted this to have this preset in on my computer pretty much. So I use another app on iOS which can be used to kind of sample sounds from, or where you can sort of launch those like iOS plugins, which I think are called AUV Freeze. And so you launch it in the sampler over there, and then you kind of wait until it kind of samples every single sound pretty much. So this is pretty much a multi-sample thing. But like a little bit of, let me see, chorus. Some kind of a delay. Yeah, to kind of recreate the original patch layer. But so that can also be like an alternative to sound design, I guess. If we would blah, blah, blah. Let me see, go to the initial patch. It sound like this. And so basically, instead of using oscillators like here, so this would be like your usual suspects. So this is a saw, this would be a sine wave. Yeah, there's volume, yeah. And whatever. So the way it works here is that you don't really switch between different oscillators, you kind of morph between them. So if you want to have a square, you kind of have to, which is kind of annoying sometimes, to kind of guess where exactly that square is. If you want to have whatever triangle, then you kind of go something like this, and a sine wave, obviously. And let me see here, what else do we have here? I think there might be maybe not exactly a pulse, but let me see, basic 2. Yeah, there are a bunch of different basic whatever sounds. So this is, I guess, also like a triangle, but a little bit different. So what I'm doing now is I'm just morphing through the table with a mouse. So the table actually looks like this, and yeah. So it's like a sort of like a serum situation, pretty much. And yeah, I wish it could be a possibility to snap between these like different, like here for example, you can clearly see there are some whatever different oscillators within the table, but I cannot really sort of hover over them exactly, but I have to like second guess myself or whatever, just guess. But that I guess also leads to a situation where you don't always get a perfect whatever match. If you want to have like something out of the bunch here, you don't exactly align your mouse on this thing, and yeah, I don't know, maybe it's not that whatever important at the end of the day. So let me see here, we got some analog squares, just like always like a different flavor, like even if there's like, yeah, it sounds like a square, but it's a different kind of square, and you know, like it's like very kind of like whatever, going down the rabbit hole of sound design, like more whatever rounded square might always sound different than like a perfect one, or the one that has like a lot of different I don't even know what to call it, like weird information on the waveform, like right here. See, AC square. So this is usually what happens when you distort a square with a tube distortion, I think. So this is basically same situation, but with a basically like how should I say this, baked into a wavetable instead. But there is actually, I think there's there is a tube distortion. We can, I think, probably try it out if I go to basic and go here. Nah, sorry, my mistake. So it looks a little bit different actually, but almost like a square, almost. Yeah, so it might be more like a clipping. Yeah, so yeah, basically, like if you clip a sine wave, you get a square most of the time. Like not an ideal one, but. And asymmetric clip. I'm not really sure what asymmetric exactly means, but it's yeah. It basically clips, and the idea of clipping, yeah, I guess I'm still working on adding that information, what clipping is all about, on the Discord server, in the educational section, to kind of like put in my own words what clipping is, at least to me, or how I look at it, and that kind of thing. Let me see here. Hard sync. I don't know if I feel like it's a bit quiet, isn't it? Or maybe it's just for me. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just whatever experimenting, and let me see here. Right. I don't know, it's usually nicer to listen to these things with a little bit, just a hint of reverb. So let's put just a hint. And let's maybe get some. Right. So let's maybe make it a little bit quieter. All right, I've actually forgot there is countdown timer. Right. All right, let's keep going. See, I might actually. I don't know. It's not a bad sound. I don't know. I like these kind of like bell, whatever FM-esque sounds generally. So I think I'm gonna also save this time. Save this one. The table is called Harsh Chimes, and it's more like a, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely more like a bell. I couldn't even go as far as, let me see. Yeah, for sure. It's always nice. Obviously it's not like, I don't know. Let me see. I don't know. It's interesting. All right, then let's. Yes, I was about to save this one, and right. So it's PL harsh chimes. Bam. And like, you know, for any of you who are like, I don't know, interested in recreating the sound, like I mean, this particular one is a wavetable, so this, I think this one is wavetable from Omnisphere, from Spectrasonics actually. Kind of a weird story how I managed to kind of extract wavetables from Omnisphere, and there are so many. There's so many interesting wavetables, and this one in particular is a wavetable from Omnisphere. And I guess, you know, that kind of opened me the doors to basically use any synth that I want to, and kind of, yeah, just do some interesting stuff with it. And this is usually what these Omnisphere wavetables look like. So there is actually not much in between. So I think it's like pretty much like 3 tables within each wavetable. That are coming from Omnisphere, and what usual, like, whatever synths like Serum and this one do is like they basically morph in between the frames, or they create frames, kind of filling up the gaps pretty much by themselves, so that you can sort of like freely morph between them, so that you don't have only 3 tables like in this one, but 2056 or well, maybe it works a little bit differently in Serum. If you have 3, then it's kind of like morphing, doing its own morphing in between. But I think what you can do in Serum is you can create 250 the resting 253 tables, so that would make it 256 in between those 3 tables, and then additionally on top of that do some kind of a crossover thing, which kind of would smooth out the whole table. I guess I have a little bit of, I don't know-how when it comes to like even creating like custom wavetables, as I did many of these, like even from one-shot samples and stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's probably the best tool to do that in is obviously Serum, but yeah, this one in front of me is not really, it's not really like edit capable, but actually I think even Vital is nowadays capable of editing wavetables pretty well. I don't know if that, like if it's as powerful as Serum, but I think it's like capable of like some basic editing, which I haven't still tried out, but I intend to anyway. So maybe at some point, who knows? Yeah. Let me see. We've been alive for the last 2 hours, and I don't know. Like I was actually hoping, for someone to like sweep in and I don't know, ask for some music feedback and stuff. But I guess, people are not doing that. So yeah, we're just gonna keep going with some sound design and see if I don't know, if we find anything else interesting for me to kind of, I don't know, use in the future or whatever. Because I'm not really feeling like doing any, how should I say this, like tracks and stuff. Like, I don't know, I just want to kind of like open up the DAW and yeah, open up any synth and just play around with it pretty much. And I guess that is the idea for now. But you know, who knows? I'm not really wrapping up as of yet, so I feel like I might need to eat something, so yeah, I might probably put something up and yeah. So maybe like I could take like a, I don't know, like a 20-minute break real soon. And yeah, see if there is anyone who is gonna come by and whatever. Let me see here. So yeah, where was I? Right, so that Plucky thing. Save this one. Right, you know what? Let me take this break since I don't think like there is I don't think like there is anyone, at least as far as I can see. So yeah, 20 minutes and we'll be back with more stuff. And yeah. All right, let me play this background thing. And I'll be back. Let's make like a 20-minute break. So I'm gonna put up the timer and so that you are aware. There we go. Goodbye for now. All right. Let me see here. Here we are again. Let me switch the view. Yeah, should be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I just have to, or I will have to go back between my kitchen and check my food, which is still in preparation. So I guess I'll have to do that in like a couple of minutes, but I think we're gonna be just fine as I just, whatever, try to do something in the meantime. Let me see here. I'm just gonna have to figure out. Right, this view could be okay. And where were we last? I think I'm gonna change the title, and I'm maybe gonna switch the title to like whatever. Instead of sound design, I'm gonna do like whatever. Music and stuff, and I'll see if I maybe will launch up my sample managers and try to cook something up maybe instead of like whatever, after doing some time of unproductive sound design, but still kind of thing. So yeah, right, so I probably would need to change the let me see here, where's my, there it is. So I'm probably gonna have to open up my Twitch page, and I could probably do that with the Streamlabs bot, but I just don't trust it enough. Let me see here. Why am I not online? Where is it? What is happening? Oh, now I'm green on. I see. Okay. And the timer is still on. A countdown timer. There we go. Now. Right, so let me see. Now maybe I'm gonna do like music and stuff, which is gonna be the new title, and then we can update it. There we go. And let me see if I can make something interesting. And yeah, I wasn't really planning that, but I don't know. I guess I feel good enough to kind of whatever. At least try. And right, so before that happens, I think I'm gonna run off to the kitchen once again and see if my food is ready. If it is, then yeah, let me do that. A second. Be right back. All right, awesome. Yeah, I can wait till it cools down and whatever. I can eat that shit later. Since let me see. Since I had actually a snack in between, or well, during the break, so I guess I'm gonna be fine for now. Anyways, right. So let me open up the sample manager. ADSR sample manager specifically, and I don't know if I'm gonna do anything with this sound. I mean, I've saved the patch, but I don't think I'm gonna like use it for any idea or anything, so I'm just gonna remove this thing completely. Actually, let me check the my microphone level. Oh, it was a little bit quiet. This guy should be a little bit better. Anyway, let me remove this, and go with sample manager. Or actually, let's go about it a little bit differently. I'm gonna open it up in Patcher instead. I'm gonna do my weird workflow thing, which for those of you who are watching regularly, which I think no one does. So yeah, it's just gonna be whatever. I will show you anyway. So you know, I still have to do that. So let me see. So here we have in Patcher, we have one instance of this sample manager, right? So I'm gonna put in another one. And let me see. Maybe I should do a third one. Yeah, sure, why not? But I'm gonna disengage the other two for now. So I'm gonna disconnect. And let me see here. So now I want to do some routing. So let me go 32 is gonna be this one. So I'm not gonna have any direct output out of this. So monitor is gonna be gone, and then I'm gonna go baseline, which is gonna be 20-ish something. It's called base one. So yeah, and then I'm gonna have this routed over here. As soon as whatever it's time for it, and I can call this it's called sound-ish, whatever, and then I'm gonna call this one bass, and then it's gonna be whatever, something else, sound 2. Right, and let's go on some fishing expedition. I don't know, I'm not sure if that's the right word. Probably not. Yeah, I just heard that word in a TV show lately, and I just thought it sounds cool. Fishing expedition. So I guess I'm fishing for sounds this time. Anyway, I could actually, yeah, switch it like this. And see. Maybe I should even hit the randomize button. I'm not using this often enough. So what we are doing right now is the basically I opened up ADSR sample manager, and I filtered so like tagged my whole library on my hard drive with sounds. So what we are looking for now is loops and sounds tagged with synth tag. So hopefully we're gonna find some loops which are tagged with just this tag, right? Which usually ADSR sample manager does a poor job of that, but like especially sorting out what is a one shot and what is a loop. And I previously have like really filtered or like edited tags for like a lot of sounds, but this sample manager is incredibly poor at like doing backups of the database of the sounds, like tags and sound information and that sort of thing. And as soon as I did the backup and I needed to refresh the whole library, I couldn't get my backup back. So basically all my favorite tags, all my edited tags, and there were like hundreds of them, all of them disappeared. So I said, screw it, I'm not gonna, whatever. If it's wrong, it's wrong. and whatever. I'm just gonna go with the flow. I'm not gonna bother with tags too much. Like, if something is wrong, then whatever, so be it. Which is gonna be, I guess, harder to find in the future, but whatever. I guess I cannot rely on tags that much, but just on the pure sound of things. Anyway, let's keep going. Right, so I also need what I also need is a so I think it's this one, right? And maybe some snap thing. And let me see here, processed raw, and as soon as we find something interesting, we're gonna drag and drop it to the DAW. Right. There we go. But why is this? There we go. What I just think is very like a huge missed opportunity. The sampler is the ability to play one-shots polyphonically. So, like, because this thing is like quite good at finding one-shots, but I just cannot play them polyphonically. And like, to just be able to one-click and, you know, test out MIDI sounds would be quite awesome to do. But I guess I have other ways to whatever trigger samples, one-shots polyphonically. That's how I came up with one of my recent ideas, which I think I showed like whatever 2-3 streams ago, something like this, which is pretty neat. Anyways, so yeah, let's play around with this randomize a bit and see what we come up with. Drag and drop this thing, so it's like, yeah, basically this. Now, right. So that's what annoys me. This is a one shot, but it's detected as a loop. And now, I mean, I can probably do it like this. So let me see if I go. So what I can do is I can just click and just. I mean, sure, some of them are long enough like this. So here is also what is a weird thing. So this is a stab, right? Even though it's quite long, right? So ADSR Sample Manager thinks it's a loop, which wouldn't be wrong, because you can kind of loop it on over a longer period of time. But it's still a one shot of some kind, but a very long one. So, but then again, there is also a question of, well, you can't play these sounds polyphonically. So maybe like, what is the point of changing it to a one shot? It's just like one sustained note, pretty much, like this thing. And you could just like loop it on a span of like four. How should I say this? Four bars, like for example, and stuff. Let me see here. Hello, Avenged13, and welcome back. As a matter of fact, I think I remember you from before. So, nice of you to stop by. Hello. Let's see, let's keep going. I think so. Yeah. I think so, since I think you are also on our Discord server and stuff, so I certainly recognize the nickname from there as well. So maybe like a track submission or something. Or maybe I twisted up the names, because we do have also like Avenged or Avenger or something on the Discord. So it's also possible that there's just someone who also have a very similar nickname, pretty much. So that could also be my mistake. I mean, yeah, for sure. That's also the purpose of today's stream, to give people some feedback. So you would be the first to ask for it today. So I'm more than happy to take a look at what you have in store, actually. So so I think I can give you just the permit on the chat, since there is no one here, and you can paste your link. Right, or you have the information on under the command as well. But it's actually good practice to read the whole information, so that you are aware of how the whole thing works, in case there is some misunderstandings and stuff in terms of like the feedback and etc. And I've updated a little bit since, yeah, there was some necessity for it, but anyway. If you feel like pasting the link, then you can just do that here on the chat. Anyways. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that was loud. Sorry. Oh, okay. Apparently, okay. So I think the permit timed out, apparently. So that's why it didn't work. Let me try again. Try again and paste your link. That should hopefully work this time. There we go. All right, awesome. Yeah. So I assume you have read the whole exclamation mark feedback thing, and everything is okay. So I'm just gonna go straight to your link and to your submission and hit play. And we can check it out. And let me see here. I see you are working on a remix and you want to try to work with vocals, but it's too noisy. I think we're gonna just check it out and see. I'm just gonna judge for myself, like what you can improve and stuff, obviously. And let me just grab this very handy thing that let me see here. Exactly. So I have prepared this little sticky note thing, which was actually a new formula for feedback and stuff. So I will be able to. I will just take some notes while listening to your submission, and so you can read it yourself and whatever. Yeah, maybe I can for those who are interested, like export to text file and yeah, just have some nice information about the submission as well while I talk. So but anyway, I have to open up my web browser and Let me just bring back all my windows. Right. So I copy it and I'm gonna paste it. Oh, sorry about that. And just give me a second. And there we go. Right. Dun, 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 dun. And where's my? There it is. There's my sticky note, and I'm just gonna move it to the next window somewhere like here, and I'm just gonna maybe take some notes, whatever, if that's gonna be necessary. Let me see. Let me just catch up a little bit with the chat. So okay, played halfway through. Should I play? Should I start from the middle, or how do you mean? Okay, you've been producing for the past 5 months. 5 months. Okay, just from the beginning. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna hit play, and if you want me stop, whatever. If you feel like you want me to play the whole thing, you can just let me know. Oh, I see. I see what you mean now. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna check it out. Let's see. Right. So let me just make it a little bit louder. And right. So 16, 12, all low 4 volume, whatever, from Avenged. Let's see.
Jamie had a chance, well she really did. Instead she dropped out and had a couple of kids. Mark's a little cause he's got no job. He plays guitar, smokes a lot of pot. When we were young, the future was so bright. The old neighborhood was so alive. And every kid on the whole damn street was gonna make it big and not be beat. Now the neighborhood's cracked and torn. The kids are grown up but the lives are worn. How can one little street swallow so many lives? Love is free. Lord is fun. Used to be. Soon is hard. Like the sea. Fragile Jamie had a chance, well she really did. Instead she dropped out and had a couple of kids. Mark still lives at home cause he's got no job. Just plays guitar, smokes a lot of pot. But she committed suicide. What the hell is going on? Cruelest dream reality.
All right, awesome. So, yeah, I usually like read the title afterwards, like to just, once again, like attenuate whose work it was from. But yeah, the title is maybe like whatever working title, so I'm not gonna repeat that. But anyways, so that was a submission from Avenged here on the chat, and I mean, wow, I mean, for 5 months. As you said, you are like producing in general. I'm actually quite impressed, like with the work that you have done, or the quality of work that you have done here. And I mean, I don't know if I was that good after 5 months. So you know, like, I guess good job on that front to begin with. And, you know, you certainly have a nice thing going on. But yeah, so I think the initial question that you had, if there was like something wrong with the vocals, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, maybe like if we start like with the vocals, I don't know, I didn't get that impression, to be honest. I mean, the vocals could use some like additional processing and I guess like gain staging and that sort of thing, which I don't know, like maybe like, I don't know, for the first 5 months of producing might be maybe like quite complicated stuff to talk about. But yeah, let's say maybe like from the top of my head, like maybe the simplest one to add to it would be some kind of a hint of the reverb on the vocal, because I feel like it was probably like a little bit dry or something. And I'm not talking about too much of reverb, but maybe like just a 10% or something like this, and maybe having like let me see, like not too long of a decay, like somewhere around 1 second ish. Could maybe like, I don't know, like give it the additional I don't know, additional whatever excitement or whatever to the vocal itself. I think like you could even go as far as like putting the vocal throughout the whole vocal, basically. But actually, so what do we do here? So let me see here. So I'm gonna grab this. Let me see here. So I'm gonna grab this sticky note, and we're gonna maybe take some notes and see. So the first thing was right. Put reverb on vocal, like let's say whatever 10-ish. Let me see here. So this is the first time I'm doing this, so probably it's gonna be like, I don't know, useful or whatever. Right, so 10%. So maybe let's play it back again and see what else we're gonna find. So there was definitely like a little bit of like issue with the kick drum as well, which we're gonna get to, and like the idea of side chaining and that kind of thing as well, which we're gonna cover. But let's read that. Yeah, so again, so a little bit of reverb. Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Let me just quickly. Hello, Sky Shot Music. Hello and welcome to the stream. I can give you the permit on the chat real quick, so that you can paste your link, since we do not have any queue at the moment. So yeah, I should be good to go pasting your link in here, and I'm gonna copy it and paste as soon as we are done talking about this submission. So yeah, as we said, reverb, right? Okay, so here is an interesting thing. So when you look at the waveform, right? So between your kind of like intro and the drop, I feel like there should be like, I know for this genre probably, I don't know if it's the right genre, but like future bass-ish type of track, if I'm not mistaken. It like sounds a little bit like it. So I feel like you could actually on your master, you could actually pull down your intro to be -3 decibels, for example, or -2 decibels in relation to your drop, so that you see this like very like a difference in waveform, pretty much, right? So if you have your intro and then you have the drop, so that you like really see the difference in volume. So that would be the first thing to kind of distinguish like the little bit quieter intro from the drop, so that you have like a bigger impression whenever the drop comes. So we can add this little, why is this second delete? No, there we go. Right, so let me see, let's say for beginning, -2 dB on master for intro, then bring it up to 0 dB at the drop, which would be which would be the basically this section over here, right? And let me see, so there was somewhere out here, yeah, so that would be the drop. Now I feel like the kick drum is so maybe two things. So first thing would be, like, I think it's just too little of sidechain, or I don't know, the sidechain wasn't like really made. Let me see here, why is my there we go, yeah, something is wrong. Maybe I can actually pin it so that it's not disappearing. Is that gonna work? Yeah, awesome. And so yeah, so let me see here. So sidechain for the kick drum. Have a look at that perhaps, and I'm just gonna do some little. So that would be this, and the first bullet point, and that would be second, and so that would be the third. And then what I would suggest you have a look at is selection of the kick drum. So after you have figured out the sidechaining part, basically try and maybe find some other interesting kick drum for your idea. And there are two good resources for that on our Discord server if you're interested. So that might be a good place to start. If you feel like still after doing the sidechain, it's not like whatever, the best kick drum in the world or whatever. Because sometimes a kick drum can really elevate, especially the one that sits right in the mix and the one that sounds right can really elevate your idea even more, pretty much. So let's keep going, and let's skip a little bit while I talk. Yeah, so pretty much, like, I feel like just there is like it's the kick drum is drowning and there isn't much of a room, and that kind of like gives me this weird impression that it's not like hitting hard enough in a sense for this type of whatever genre or something. But I think there's some kind of a sub bass or something going on in the background down there that maybe isn't like too audible, but I still hear like some nice low end frequencies. But maybe if I were you, I would try to open up that filter on the bass line a little bit more so that it's like a little bit more prominent. If you did the bass sound with some kind of a synthesizer or something and whatever. If it would be like, I don't know, something like a filtered saw wave, then you could probably just open up the filter. If it's something else that has a lot of filtered out information, then you can just kind of try and open it up. So that would be the first way to do it. The second way to do it would be to use some kind of distortion on that whole baseline thing. If it's like whatever, some kind of a baked whatever loop sound or whatever. Okay, serum bass. Yeah, so you could probably just open up the filter a little bit, I feel like, so that you can sort of hear this baseline a little bit more. And then you could probably even go to the FX section of Serum and put some kind of a nice distortion. So from the top of my head, you could put on something which is, I think, called asymmetric distortion, and you could like just crank a little bit. So like I think drive to 100 and then just wet mix to like whatever, some 10%, 15% or something like this, and just play around with it. And maybe you're gonna, I don't know, get a more interesting result that way. Who knows? So to add it on top of here would be basically open up filter on baseline, and let me see here, and apply distortion. Let me see, in FX, in Serum, if that's the synth that you've used. Maybe that could help like basically when you like reference later on some whatever Bluetooth speakers, car audio systems and stuff, you're gonna like definitely hear more of that mid information and higher mid information from the bassline, which again is like a taste thing, but you know, if I were you, I would try to like make it a little bit more present or something. But you know, that's also genre dependent and stuff. So yeah. Anyway. Okay, so this is more like a breakdown section. Okay, I see. So you are like filtering out some drums and... Okay, I see. So we are then filtering the drums back up and then introducing the drop again. So yeah, so I mean, it all kind of makes sense, and you know, it's like really thought out kind of arrangement, I feel like. But still, like again, the matter of the kick drum working the right way and really giving that necessary impact kind of thing, right? So you know, again, like looking at the bullet points that I have like written here, you could probably just whatever figure it out at this point somehow, or yeah. So sidechain, let me see here. So either using a sidechain compression, like a regular compressor would be the way to do it. Alternatively, what I mostly suggest to people, if possible, using some kind of a LFO shaping tool. So that could be, there's actually one that is called STFU on, when you Google it up, and it's a volume shaper from Zeek Audio, I think they are called. And there is even a description for it on our Discord server, in the freeware section, where you have the whole name and you can sort of like Google it up and use this kind of thing also for the sidechain, which is like a, you know, again, for like doing this for 5 months, like a really good start to doing sidechain, I feel like. And then, you know, if you like whatever want to experiment a bit more, and then you can like go into deeper down the rabbit hole and explore the idea of something which is called multiband. And multiband basically means like whatever you do, if you sidechain, for example, or do some kind of processing, you can split the bands. But then, you know, again, I feel like for 5 months, it's maybe not that important to kind of whatever, get things too complicated, I feel like. But anyway. Yeah, so that would be pretty much it, I feel like. So if you just think about these things over here, then you probably are good to go. And yeah, I mean, awesome work, other than that, and you know, keep working, and you know, keep doing great stuff, because for 5 months, I mean, that is like really impressive. So anyways, thanks so much for the submission. If you have any follow-up questions, you can let me know on the chat, and I think we can now go to the next one from the Skyshot music, exactly. And I can also catch up with some of your messages as well, and I can go to the next one. So I'm gonna empty this. So I assume, Avenge, that you don't need the actual whatever text that I just written. You can probably just whatever look back at it. I'm just gonna empty the whole thing. Otherwise I can export this to text file, but I don't think it's like that necessary or something. You still know remember what I said, so something. Yeah, it's just a new format that I kind of try to whatever write some text, useful text on the screen while I kind of review stuff. So anyways, let me see. You're already opening the file, or the awesome, sounds awesome. All right then. So here's the next one from Skyshot. Exactly. A remix. All right. So let me see. I just want to make sure that you are aware, Skyshot Music, that you are aware of all the information under ! feedback, and that everything's clear, clear as sunshine, before I sort of hit play, because yeah, whatever. It's just good to know before. So basically, most important stuff is like it's unreleased, and you should be also aware that I'm re-uploading these VODs to YouTube as well. So it's always good to know. And if that's okay, then let me just hit play. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's do it.
I-a părut liniște n-am avut în minte, ne-ai intrat pe socoteala mea, ai rămas oriunde m-aș duce de mine, te strânge de gânduri, nu am loc, nu știu de ce nu te pun pe foc. Asta nu-mi iese din cap, nu-mi iese din cap, niciodată n-am să scap, nu am cum să scap, de mult duce nu și la de tine, știu că n-o să scap, de tine știu că n-o să scap, de tine știu că n-o să scap. Asta nu-mi iese din cap, nu-mi iese din cap, niciodată n-am să scap, nu am cum să scap, de mult duce nu și la de tine, știu că n-o să scap, de tine știu că n-o să scap, de tine știu că n-o să scap. Asta nu-mi iese din cap, tine nici nu vreau să scap, de tine nici nu vreau să scap. Asta nu-mi iese din cap, nu-mi iese din cap, niciodată n-am să scap, nu am cum să scap. De noi duce nu și la de tine nici nu vreau să scap, de tine nici nu vreau să scap, de tine nici nu vreau să scap.
All right, awesome. So that was once again a track called Malere, whatever, a remix made by Skyshot here in the chat. And I mean, wow, like, I guess, wow, I really enjoyed the idea, and it was awesome in a way. And I'm even like sort of impressed a little bit, considering like I didn't expect that kind of quality in your idea kind of thing, especially, you know, in the drop. And it really feels like you have like an idea of how to do this type of thing, or whatever genre it is. I really enjoyed it in that sense, even though I'm not like a whatever listener of the genre myself. Yeah, and let me see here, 2 minutes 56. So it's like cut off here a little bit at the end. So I assume it's not like the whole production, but it's like probably like some kind of a snippet or something. So I assume you probably have like the whole arrangement for the whole thing, and that you have like some kind of idea as well how to kind of build the structure for that particular genre, or some kind of a arrangement pretty much as well. So that maybe it is like, I don't know, like I usually try to tell people that, you know, going longer than 3 minutes is a better idea than having like basically like 3-minute tracks. But maybe that's just me. Like I'm always trying to go like a little bit longer, or about 4 minutes plus usually, but that also, I might imagine, depends on the genre as well. Let me see here. Okay, so we had a guide to follow. I see. So maybe like some kind of a tutorial or something. And I don't know. But yeah, regardless, it's like a really from like subjectively speaking, I guess like as I said, like good. I guess you have the know-how to kind of whatever build this kind of things. So if you maybe go a little bit more into detail and try to sort out what you could kind of look at, so that you have some whatever useful information next time you open up the project. Let me see. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna replay it real quick and just find some little small things that perhaps you could whatever improve or something. So first things first, probably like it's best like in the same genre, whatever your favorite artist is, or whatever number of your favorite artists are. You could just kind of try to mimic their structure, the arrangement structure. And let's say if you find a track that you like that is 4 minutes long or something, then you can just try to kind of copy the arrangement structure and see like where is the intro section, where is whatever climax, where is the drop, where is the breakdown, you know, yada 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 yada, etc., and then kind of just use basically some kind of track as a reference, and kind of like maybe like put it in your DAW and just kind of copy the take notes where the, you know, respective sections are, pretty much, which is a good practice to you know, build arrangements pretty much. So just looking from the soul structure arrangement point of view. So let's keep going. So like the drop really on point, and there aren't many, trust me when I say this, that I tell this too, but I don't spot like anything really, any things that I might feel like, hey, you could like take a look at this or that. It's like pretty flawless so far. Even like I feel like the sidechaining part, which I usually like talk about a lot to people whenever giving feedback, I even feel like you have nailed the sidechaining part of the kick drum. And the kick drum itself is also like pretty nice. You can like really hear, because of how well it was sidechained, basically the whole thing, the whole kick drum, which is like more important than people realize. I feel like. Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, I'm really impressed by this part. And the actual vocal, like I'm not sure what language that is, but it sounds like really nice and ethnic-ish. And I don't know, like I guess it's like nice. It reminds me a little bit of there's this genre which is called tribal trance or something like this, or like a trance music, but with this kind of hints of like tribal elements in it. And I feel like it's kind of like not far, apple that does not fall far from the tree kind of thing. But it's, you know, obviously a little bit different genre. But I really like it. Really like the team in general. Oh, it's Romanian, I see. Interesting.
să nu-mi iese din cap Niciodată n-am să stau Pe tine nici nu vreau să stau Pe tine nici nu vreau să stau
Yeah, man, I mean, I wouldn't even go as far as saying that. I mean, I'm not a listener of the genre, but from what I listen, it's really even like on itself. It stands on its own in terms of like even being like basically distinctive, like the idea wise, right? So I don't. In other words, I haven't really heard anything like this from anyone else. But that can also depend on the fact that I'm not listening frequently to the genre as well. So, but I would say that you could even like, if you arrange the whole thing with this quality of mixdown, you could even release the thing, actually. I wouldn't even, I would go as far as saying that, which I don't do often, but I think it's like a pretty ready thing you have going on, actually. So I guess, yeah, it's about just, building the structure with some reference, and I guess you might be good to go. Who knows? But then, like, I guess the last resort would be to, I don't know, give it to some whatever mixing engineer or whatever, mastering engineer, or I don't know, someone who offers these kind of services on the internet or somewhere to kind of like give you the additional kind of whatever green light kind of thing to like, is everything really okay? Is the low end proper and that kind of thing? And these kind of things like don't usually even cost like a lot these days. Like there are like, I guess, a lot of freelance people that even do that kind of thing. And I'm like usually doing all this stuff on headphones. So that's why I cannot really say if maybe you have too much low end or too little low end, but I feel like everything is still on point. So, I mean, yeah, I don't think like from what I hear, I don't think there are many that there's too much bottom end or something. Oh, it's for a contest. I see. Yeah, right. Okay, I forgot it's a remix. Okay, so yeah. So we probably would need to win the contest first, and then the guy judging would probably like need to allow you first to release. So yeah, I mean, yeah, but still like still an awesome, I guess, submission to the contest, right? No, I mean, like, I don't think you have anything to be afraid of, like in terms of like trying to whatever compete with the other entries in the competition, because I think this is like really, I don't know, competitive. And I don't know, like I usually try to like write some stuff down but I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised, man, that I don't have anything like whatever to say. I mean, probably aside from just the arrangement part, right? So yeah, just probably having a look at that, and yeah, I'm really sure you're gonna be competitive. And I mean, the competition is pretty steep nowadays, but I mean, depending on how many contestants there is, but I wouldn't be surprised if you would be like in top 10 or something, for sure. But that again depends. I'm actually curious, like, what is the do you have like any like a source for this competition? Not that I want to whatever go for it myself, but I'm just curious if there is any place where you can sort of look at other submissions, because I'm actually curious what the original is, and like whatever, if there's any way to like look at other submissions or something, because I think that's usually the case. But anyways, so I think that was it. If you have any follow-up questions, you can always let me know on the chat. Other than that, thanks so much. That was really awesome, really impressive. Okay, the original is a song that got to semifinals in Eurovision Romania. Oh, interesting. I would probably never guess. Oh, I see. Okay, so that is the name of the original. Malere okay. Okay, that's really interesting. Yeah, I'm not a like Eurovision guy generally, like generally speaking. So I guess I would never guess. But yeah, that's awesome. I guess they should do that more at Eurovision to kind of whatever give away stamps to people as a contest thing and whatever for the people to try and modify them a little bit and do something interesting. Like I guess not many people are kind of like taking that whatever risk or organizing these type of events too often, unfortunately. But yeah, that the Eurovision people did this is quite surprising, if I have to be honest, or whatever, the original artist. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, for sure. Let me see. Dun, dun. So I'm just gonna hide this sticky note. There we go. So where were we? Right. Oh, those louds. Sorry about that. And I guess there we go. Right. So you have something to see. Anyways, oh, I see. 10 to 20 people. Oh, I was thinking like maybe more like 100 or something. Yeah, but I guess you have a good shot at the winning the whole thing. Who knows? But then again, like I don't know what how strong the competition is. So I guess it's hard to guess anyway. But yeah, it's still a quality work what you did. So I'm not too concerned or whatever. See here. Well, I mean, depends on how you look at it. I mean, for sure, you can always improve things and whatever. I mean, if I had the stamps myself, then I would try to like go for something completely different. But then again, we are all different, and it's all a matter of what we like and not, and that kind of thing. Yeah, but I could certainly hear like from your submission that you are doing this thing for a while, like maybe like at least a year or something like this. If I would guess, so you are definitely, even if you don't win the thing, you still have like whatever great amount of experience to kind of go by. Okay. Fit the vocal to a genre that is not house. I'm actually curious, was it original house or was it maybe something different? I mean, that really depends on the BPM, original BPM of the vocal. Like you can do so many different tricks to kind of stretch or whatever time vocal differently. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that the BPM is usually the issue, but just find really musically the right idea. Folk metal. Okay. I'm familiar with metal, but I'm not familiar with folk metal, so I don't even have an idea how it sounds like. But it's like fast paced. Then you can just usually again apply some tricks to just kind of at least make it appear that it's slower in your idea when you remix, kind of thing. Yeah, let's see. Why is it playing like that? Let me see. is weird. It's not stopping right away. But let me try something different since I don't even know what I'm doing. So I'm gonna remove these. Okay, the BPM is 90. Stretching was not really good. Yeah, I mean that all depends. Like stretching algorithms that you use or techniques. I mean, nowadays there isn't any DAW, at least from the paid ones, that have bad stretching algorithms, and you can either whether it's FL Studio like I have or Ableton or whatever you use. I mean, like sure, going from 90 to whatever 140 might be like, I don't know if that was the case here, if your remix is like somewhere around there, but yeah, then maybe, yeah. If you or stretch too much, then sure, it can be quite problematic. But so yeah, like, but you know, sometimes on the other hand, if you have, let's say, if it would be 90 and you would go for like very fast paced, then you would pretty much multiply the tempo by 2 and go like 180, 70. But that would be then like drum and bass territory then, and you wouldn't need to like pretty much do almost anything with the vocal if you would do like a drum and bass remix, for example. But if you do like future bass, which I think it was more like something like this, then maybe it's a different BPM. Okay, your BPM is 105. It's not actually not that far from the original, I have to be honest. So maybe it's like more about using the right stretching algorithm or something. Like in FL, if you use FL, as you mentioned, they can probably just go for. There are different stretching modes. Let me see here. If we use look at the sampler, I think. Yeah, exactly. So stretch, there's nowadays even the new one, which is called Stretch Pro, but I don't think it's necessary to even use that. But it's, I don't know, I guess it might give some different results. But I usually put stuff to auto, and it usually tells me it's E3 generic, which I assume pretty much everything, and I'm usually okay with these. Yeah, Stretch Pro is very new. It is, but it's you know, it's somewhat like I think like it's called Complex and Complex Pro or something like this in Ableton, which I think might be somewhat similar, but I don't know. It's more if you have this, then there is like this form and shifting element to it, which basically you can brighten or darken the material that you're stretching. But that is like, I don't know, I'm not like usually putting too many vocals in my stuff, so I usually avoid it, and I don't find it too necessary. I usually prefer to process and make things brighter rather than you know, using sliders. And yeah, but sure, I'm sure it's gonna find a good use for some people. 20.9 is smooth. Yeah, I agree. Like they are like really gradually improving stuff, and for sure. And I was always using FL my whole life, and I would never switch to anything else. Even though I tested like 5 different products from competition. I'm always coming back to FL, probably because I'm so used to it as well. But let me see. Work with vocals nowadays. Yeah, I mean, no matter what DAW you're gonna use, like there's a lot of great processing effects or tools for, you know, just that. So, you know, no matter what you use, but then you have mentioned FL, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think like FL is. I'm probably biased, but I think the FL is the best alternative for whatever kind of production or whatever kind of work these days. And I don't know. Whenever people say Fruity Loops these days, it kind of annoys me because I don't know. I find it kind of disrespectful. I mean, sure, it's FL stands for Fruity Loops, but I'd rather prefer people call it FL Studio. Or maybe these are like old timers and boomers who are like saying it's Fruity Loops because it began as Fruity Loops in early versions and then turned into FL eventually. Yeah, FL Gang, exactly. Oh, really? You started it after a year, 2 years, you got the license. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's really worth the investment. I'm sure, and even nowadays, like, be able to trial test it for as long as you want, and even save projects. Lately, but I think you just cannot open them back or something, and you can still use the freaking full version, like to trial test. So it's really good way to find out if the software is for you, and I'm sure that's how you know. That's how you kind of trained and then decided to whatever buy a copy or something. Yeah, because I know that also nowadays if you buy like a MIDI controller or something, they are giving you a copy of Ableton Lite or something like this, and I've had viewers who have mentioned to me just that they have, like, let's say whatever, just started out and whatever, got a MIDI controller, like a, keyboard, and they gave them like a whatever free license for extra code for Ableton. And I don't know, I wish they would give people FL instead, but I guess I'm not that much of a lover of Ableton or whatever. Oh, you don't have a MIDI keyboard? Yeah, I mean, nowadays you don't really need it. Like, you can, like, FL Studio is also known for being able to use keyboard, your computer keyboard specifically, or even a laptop keyboard, whatever you work with, and just kind of use the keys. That's also how you can play, and even nowadays, so you can even change the layout of how you play your keys. So this is actually new with 20.9, or maybe even like 20.8 or something like this. So this is the usual layout, which is the root node C and layout piano. So this is what was usually the case. And now you can even basically lock your keyboard, your computer keyboard, to a root node and scale. So if I say I want to play C minor Aeolian, I can lock my keyboard to just that and kind of play still, but in minor key instead of like whatever is usually the layout for FL. So I actually use that quite a lot when I'm trying to find right melodies and stuff and whatever, chords. It's really handy, actually. So not many people whatever know about this, or I don't know, look at it, but who knows. Yeah, I mean, FL is not the cheapest. It's not the cheapest DAW for sure. There are probably cheaper ones. Probably something like Reaper, I would guess. Which is like, I don't know. Last time I checked, it's like $80 or maybe like even cheaper than that. Depending on, they have also like whatever personal and commercial license. So I guess that also depends which one you choose. Oh yeah, I mean, for sure the perspective on like whatever cost is. I mean, I also haven't earned a dime since like working on music and stuff, like producing for 4 years. But I guess I'm patient that way, and things will come out eventually. So, but yeah, I agree that spending whatever $100-$200 on a plugin might be just very whatever, just like a big investment. if you don't have whatever the budget kind of like whatever carved out for just that. And then, you know, like after first release or something, if you whatever sell many copies or get a lot of plays, then it might probably change at some point. So yeah, it's also a matter of like, again, like personal income for sure. Oh, really? You're bad with music theory. Usually Google the scale to work with and see the notes you need to use. Yeah, I mean, if you have FL Studio, you don't really need to, if I have to be honest. Like, I mean, I guess the biggest difficulty, like even for myself, would be to, like, depending on how I start my idea, right? If I would start with a loop sample, and let's put it this way, if the loop sample would have the key information, like let's say C minor, then I would know right away that, you know, the idea, if I don't pitch the whatever loop up or down, like let's say it's some kind of piano or whatever, then you know, I know right away that, you know, I want to work in C minor, and you can highlight the notes in the piano roll that are part of C minor, right? I don't know if you knew that or whatever, but you don't actually need to like whatever keep a look on that and kind of whatever Google that there's this highlight feature in the piano roll, right? Which, so basically the dark notes, the dark areas on the piano roll are the notes that you shouldn't use, and the light ones are the ones that you can use for a particular root note and scale, right? So this is the first good helper. And then like if you figure out like whatever your sample is C minor, let's say, like for instance, then you just go, let me see here, view, scale highlight, C minor. Yeah, it was already C minor. And I just kind of work that way. And but the how should I say this, the most difficult part, the first difficult part, is to figure out what the original pitch of the sound that you're starting with is in. So, you know, whatever, some samples or some loops don't have basically key information in them, which is difficult. But then again, there are stuff like there's like a free tool, I think, which is called Key Finder or something like this. Key Finder, I think it's called. I'm not really sure. Let me see. Let me actually check that. Yeah, Edison is good for that as well. Actually. Yeah, actually, that's actually a good point. I might actually just try it out for for the sake of the example, like whatever. Let me see here if I can just let's see here. So yeah, exactly. I was just thinking about grabbing something, some kind of sound, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, that sounds nice. Right, so like for example this, right? So let's say like whatever, for sake of the example, so A minor, like as I said already, like this sound is, it already has the key information, so I can like kind of go from that and, you know, say like it's A minor, and then I can, you know, like go here and whatever, highlight the root note and scale and kind of work that way, assuming I don't pitch the sound, right? But if I pitch the sound, then a good thing to remember is that you have A, which is like this root note, and then if you go down in semitone, so let's say one semitone down is going to be A sharp, one more, so this will be 2, will be G, F sharp, F, etc., etc. That's usually how I think. Or if you go upwards in pitch, then it's kind of the opposite, pretty much. So that would be, I guess, a thing to think about. So yeah, so assuming we wouldn't have the picture information in the file, so just like you have said, you can probably like just go like this and right click. And let me see here. There was an option for the edit in audio editor. Okay, so yeah, exactly. Right here. So I am editing in the, and audio editor basically means Edison. And then you right click and say tools, I think. And oh wait, I think it was, yeah, somewhere around here. Pitch regions or something like this. It was a while ago I was using this. So yeah, exactly, regions and detect pitch regions. But then again, yeah, I mean, maybe for one shots, you know. But you know, so right now it's like telling me like, yeah, it's like chopping it up, and yeah, it might be a little bit difficult maybe for this one. Click on the thing on the right of that tool. Yeah, I mean, it's you probably cannot do more than that, and you know, for one shots, yeah. But yeah, I don't think you can figure out the key information from that. But there is let me see, there is this tool nowadays which is called Tuner as well. Let me see here. I don't know if the tune, probably not, but we might. Yeah, the G-Tune, yeah, I know what you mean. The G-Tune might probably do the trick, but there's also Tuner nowadays. But Tuner is probably not. Oh shit. I mean, it tells something, but I don't think it's accurate. And then you can like whatever switch it for bass frequencies. But I don't use it that often, if I have to be honest. I don't think it's, and I think it's like even still a new thing for 20.9. Nah, I wouldn't bother using that one. That's also jumping just like the Edison does. But G-Tune on the other hand. Let me see what I have somewhere. There we go. Okay, yeah. But then also it's like jumping between stuff. So probably something like let me see. I don't know if I have this scale or whatever, key finder. Let me see. That would be probably like the free option. Let me see here. Key finder. Yeah, it's pretty old software actually, so it's not a, or maybe it's called Scale Finder instead. Musical. Oh damn! I actually have to find this at some point, and maybe like even put it up on the Discord server that I have. But I don't think I'm gonna find it right now. Yeah, it's pretty old. Maybe if I type key finder XC. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see, key finder. Dun, dun, dun. No. I mean, that's a shame. That's a bummer. Yeah. But maybe if I find it, then maybe I will, you know, put it up in the freeware section on Discord. So yeah, that's a shame. But other than that, I mean, for like, I don't know, paid alternative, the paid alternative that I like to use, which is like very accurate and I love it, is the mixed-in key analyzer. So if I would have, say, I don't know, maybe let's stretch a little bit so that it's, or maybe go to 100 and fit to 100 BPM. Let's see here. Is that working? No. Oh shit. Okay. Let's see. Huh. That's a first. Let me see. Why is it not? Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Let me see. Yeah, sometimes when you're streaming, the things are things are getting out of hand sometimes. Or let's restart it though. That would probably be for the best. Yeah, sometimes like if the FL is open for too long, then it's like starting to get pretty crazy. And some buttons that usually work stop working sometimes. So let's see if that's gonna do the trick now. 90. Oh, okay, I know what I did wrong. Okay, so that wasn't supposed to be the tempo that I was going for, but the original tempo of the sample, which is 90. So basically right click, fit BPM, and the original is 90. So now it does it the right way. So my mistake. So that was just me being whatever, sleepy, I guess. Right. So if I now stretch to whatever, or pull it down to 100, then it's gonna slow down. Right. Right, so now, let's see here, utility, analyzer, and this guy. Let me see, oh shit. Oh, so whenever I press play, let's see. Bit. There we go. So it's now telling me that it's D minor, which, well, it can be a sign of two things. Either there's wrong information in the file, or you know, this thing is right, and yeah, you know, again, there's wrong information in the file itself. And I usually trust this thing a lot more than, you know, than the actual information. But it might also be possible that you know, it might be close to a minor, yeah. But yeah, there might be similar. Who knows? I'm not like whatever music theory guy, but yeah, maybe if I don't know, maybe if I pull it down to 90 and so there is as little stretching as possible. Now it still claims it's D minor. So I mean, yeah, you probably wouldn't go wrong with like whatever, going the other route and, you know, going with the fact that it's D minor, even though it's probably could be A as well. Yeah. So that would be my way of doing it usually. If I wouldn't have like any MIDI notes or just pure audio file, pretty much. Okay, you trust the people that made a sample? Yeah, I mean, yeah, from my experience, if I have to be honest, I wouldn't do that at all times. I mean, obviously, some people are good at, tagging their files and, making sure everything is, tagged the right way. But sometimes you might be surprised how far off some information can be. Like usually not the BPM information, but mostly the key information. And sometimes I find if I analyze the sample myself and go off the information from the analyzer, it's actually more accurate. Sometimes, but not always as well. So things like kick drums or, again, loops. It really depends on the provider or the creator as well. Like whether it's like sample pack company or an artist or, whatever you have, right? Like I think like Kashmir, whatever sample packs, I would probably guess that his stuff is like labeled quite properly, as the guy has an idea of how to do this kind of stuff. But then again, it's always a good thing to kind of analyze extra just to be sure. Yeah, it's probably like too overused type of stuff, like I think packs from Cymatics, I think they are called. It's probably like more up your alley when it comes to like doing working with your genre of music. As they say on the internet, is over flooded with stuff from Cymatics, and yeah, most of the EDM guys, when you look at their projects, they usually have something from Cymatics as well, or Kashmir for that matter. So I have even bought some stuff from Cymatics myself in the past, but I don't think I use it that much anymore. Yeah. I've used actually more Splice myself nowadays. So this like basically like Netflix for sound, pretty much. And I have like so many credits down there that I just basically, if I, on one hand, if I want to keep using it, I have to pay for it every month. So I kind of, whenever I really need something really useful, then I go there. And sometimes not as much nowadays, but also stuff from the hard drive as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like, I don't have any doubt that the quality of the sounds from Cymatics are good. It's just more about like variety of sounds and whatever, how overused some of these sounds are, or whatever, generic in a sense. Like, I don't know, why use a super saw sound from a loop if you can like whatever do it yourself in a synth and whatever process it in some interesting ways and whatever. But if stuff sounds good, it sounds good. Like if you do something really creative and really interesting with a Cymatic sample, then why not? I'm not sort of taking anything away from them, for sure. Yeah, exactly. But that is also the case of the actual listener, your average whatever person on a dance floor. Like if they go, they don't give a shit. If did he sound design this thing, or did he use whatever Cymatics loop or a Kashmir loop? Like, sure, who cares? Like if it's good, it's good. Regardless, I agree. That's why lately when I start my ideas, I use Splice to just spark the initial, have the initial spark, pretty much. But then at some point, maybe I'm gonna switch it up for whatever, something on my own, but with same whatever note information and a little bit different sound to it, Yeah, absolutely. People just want music to sound good. I agree. So, right. Right, so where was I? Oh, really? Did you? A remix with some examples and Fuse Kashmir and got 300k on YouTube. Oh, really? That's interesting. 300,000 on YouTube. Oh man. Is it like a also like a competition submission, or is it like, I don't know? Maybe I could like I don't know. If it's released, then maybe I'm not so sure. But if it's unreleased, then maybe I could have a listen. And is it on YouTube somewhere? Oh, I see. I see. So it's not released then. Yeah. Maybe if you could give me a link, then I don't know. Maybe I could have a listen. Then that's interesting. Let me see. Oh, okay, the page was made on its private. Okay. Yeah, I mean, let me see. Like, I mean, you can take the decision yourself, but regardless, I give you the permit if you feel like it. If you don't, then that's fine either way. So, yeah, I was just a little bit curious, but other than that, yeah. Let's see here. So yeah, actually, I had to restart it all, right? So my previous stuff has disappeared. So let's start from scratch then. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so I think the problem was that the permit was up there for too long. So I have to probably give you the new one. This one should work. There we go. Okay, so it's like unlisted thing on YouTube then. Yeah, that's really interesting. Let me see. Let's have a look. Just a bit curious. It's not that I'm not gonna roast you on it or whatever. Give any feedback if that's not what you want. Let me see here. Let me see here. I'm just gonna fix some stuff. Let's see.
Ce nebunie de femeie bună ca o piesă hit. Meri spusă perifit mai amețit. Diamant Pascal Lamborghini.
Oh wow. I mean, for this kind of quality, I really don't believe that you are doing this less than a year. I might assume that at least a year, if not two, already. Like when it comes to generally, music production. If I had to take a guess. Because this is really proper.
Ai mișcă-te din nou pe beat. Ai motor de neoprit. Nu mai supun de nimic.
2020, so was it like I don't know, was it like a year already for you, or was like, I don't know, any less than that?
Mai săpăcit. Stai puțin. Nu mă lua tare. Mă abțin. Dar n-am răbdare.
But I know, I'm just generally usually surprised by how young some people are and whatever, just how much progress you can make in so little time with today's resources and whatever technology and stuff. I remember I had this viewer, right, once upon a time on here on the chat, and he asked me, hey, do you want, or sorry, can you give me a feedback on this song or whatever? And I was like, yeah, okay. And I opened his link up and I started to listen, and he's like, yeah, you know, like I'm 13 years old from Detroit in the United States, and I was like doing this, and I'm not sure if this is good. And I was like so blown away, like at the quality, like 13 years old. Like, I don't know what I was doing when I was 13. And like today, like, holy shit, like, you know, and yeah, I mean, it's just really impressive nowadays, you know. Yeah, 21, and I am 27 actually. So yeah, I usually don't tell people that, but you know, yeah, it's never late to start doing this. So basically, yeah, like 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. So you were like, I guess 19 when you were doing this. Like, damn. Oh wow, I wasn't expecting that. Psytrance? Holy shit, that was unexpected. And like the triplets, it's like your typical Psytrance. But I guess maybe like, I don't know, mixing wise, I feel like you could probably like, you know, if you ever felt like getting back to the project, like beef it up in the low end a little bit. But you know, that's just a little minor detail. The idea itself is excellent other than that. Oh man, yeah, that is like, wow. Wow, really awesome, really awesome. Awesome stuff. For sure. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna give it a like as well, because yeah. All right then. So that was certainly interesting for sure. Wait, what? You have a release on Tiesto's label? No kidding. Seriously. Wow, then. Well, I guess then, like, well, why you're asking me for feedback if if you know, if you already have the recipe, then, you know, I mean, sure, I mean, actually, I can give you feedback and stuff, but I guess you have already figured it out, you know, the formula. So yeah, I mean, I think like Tiesto has like many labels nowadays, doesn't he? Like, I know there is like Musical Freedom, and there used to be Black Hole Recordings as well. So yeah, I mean, I think he's like still, and there is also like After Hours or something like this as well. Always on Musical Freedom. Oh man. I'm probably gonna find it on the on your YouTube page, I assume. So I saw the YouTube page, so maybe I'm gonna check it out later, since it's released. So that can be pretty interesting as well. But damn, I mean, I guess it's quite a big of a highlight if you already managed to do that at you know, such a young age and stuff. Yeah, I don't like. I usually actually sometimes I feel like people are blowing this thing out of proportion. Like, hey, if you were signed to this big label, then whatever you have you have made it, but I guess you have to just, you know, still keep working on new releases to kind of whatever stay on top of the game or something. I don't know. But you know, it's like usually a sign that you, well, it's a good thing, but you shouldn't like settle or something. But it's like for sure, you know, still a great achievement and something to be proud of. I imagine. Let's see here. So I mean that really explains everything. Like when I even listened to your first submission that you sent to me, then I mean that really explains a lot. And you know, when I said like your first submission that you sent to me like was release ready, then I guess I was pretty much right, because I mean that is release quality. And I don't know if that would be like a musical freedom thing, but someone else would probably get interest in that for sure. Like I don't know who does this kind of, who's signing this kind of thing nowadays, but I don't even remember their names, like something cat something music cat. I don't remember the name of the label, but something with cat in it. I remember we're like fiddling around with this like future bass thing, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, but there are many. And I mean, nowadays you don't even need a label to whatever. If everyone is telling you no, then you can always go to a publisher and yourself and DistroKid or whatever, and just, you know, release the thing yourself. Exactly, cat music. Oh, you do have as well. Then I guess you are a man full of surprises, I might say. Holy shit, I mean, damn. Is it from Romania? Really? I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Right. I didn't know that. Damn. Yeah, but otherwise, I don't know. I guess I'm not listening to much of stuff, if any stuff that comes from either cat music or, you know, these like big guys, commercial guys, like what is it, like Spinning Records, which would be probably like top 3 dance music labels in the world or something like this. I don't know. I used to listen to more of their stuff, but then I don't know, lost interest. And musical freedom as well. Like, I guess I'm more of this like old school Tiesto fan from like beginning of the second, basically beginning of like year 2000. So like somewhere around from 2000 to 2010-ish. So basically, I don't know, it's probably not, as they say, 90s, 80s, but like 20s, something like this. When he used to do trance and like, you know, melodic uplifting trance, and, you know, and then he kind of in 2011 switched to, you know, basically, you know, doing more housey stuff and, you know, starting musical freedom and stuff. So I guess that's when it started, somewhere around there. You were born in 2000. Yeah. So I guess you were quite young to whatever listen to whatever the early 2000s music, because that was like quite a golden era, if I have to be honest. And I guess I still base a lot of my work and inspiration off of that period, if I might say so. Even though I also have started to experiment a lot with the sounds of the 80s as well, like general vibes and instruments from that era as well. So basically the genre of synthwave, right? Which would be the new interpretation of these times. even though I wasn't myself born in the 80s, but 90s, mid 90s. But I don't know, I somehow got the interest for it as well. So, and a lot of my whatever projects lately are actually based a lot of on sounds of the 80s, pretty much. So like the whatever analog distorted crackling sound in some of the things, pretty much. So actually, as a matter of fact, this pack over here, or this folder that I have, Sample Magic, it has a lot of these like retrowave, synthwave packs that I really like to use. Actually, the company themselves, Sample Magic, is like probably my most favorite, if not top 2 sample pack companies that I like to use. So when checking them out on Splice, they have like, I don't remember, like almost like 2,000 packs, which is insane. Probably the second biggest label, sample pack label on Splice, actually. Big Room is also like very nice if done the right way, I feel like. I used to listen to maybe it's not Big Room, but it's more, I don't know. I don't even know what the genre is, maybe like future house. But man, I used to love Stef Da Campo from the Netherlands a lot. And oh man, I used to listen to the guy so much. But then I kind of just stopped. I feel like he, I don't know, kind of degraded a little bit, in my opinion, production-wise or whatever. He just, I don't know, shifted the direction a little bit, which I stopped enjoying that much. Yeah, so Stef is basically on Hexagon, Spinning Records, even a Musical Freedom, or like not Musical Freedom, the main label, but the After Hours one, the kind of deep house sub label that Tiesto did. So I think he's there as well, like 1 or 2 releases. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but I used to like just, I don't know, his old sound a lot more, and now it just kind of, I don't know, it's just different. But then again, who am I to say that, if they did the right thing or the wrong thing, so. Oh, have you? Like on a music concert or something? or let me guess, did you actually you played a gig before or after him? I'm just joking, but maybe, Yeah, I never went to any live event, unfortunately. But I guess maybe I hope to do that at one point, more as an act rather than as a tender, I would say. Yeah, but even like just go to this kind of like big festival might be also like a very interesting thing to do. But yeah, I don't know, like nowadays with even like the COVID and stuff, it might be like a little bit more difficult in some areas. But if would I go for Tiesto? I don't know. Maybe I would go for someone else. But I really have seen that they are quite, I know, big and whatever, a lot of lights and whatever, confettis and whatnot. So I don't know. I mean, Tiesto is still a popular guy, so. Oh really? Back in September. Was it Tiesto back then, or was it someone else you have seen? If I may ask. Let's see, just gonna go through these a little bit. Just gonna, I don't know, maybe try to experiment a little bit. Let me see here. Yeah, so initially, let me see, when I started the stream, it was like, actually, oh, damn, 4 hours ago. Yeah, but I guess I'm having a great time still. So it's nice to talk to all of you guys being here. Yeah, so initially it was like more of a sound designs, actually. Skyshot Music, in case you didn't know, like when I started the stream, it was initially a sound design stream. So I made some sound design, and then I kind of realized, yeah, I got tired of it. So I guess I started, whatever, at least made an attempt to like try to, whatever, cook something up, metaphorically speaking, and then I yeah, start to, I guess, use this thing, Sample Manager, and trying to find some interesting sounds. And yeah, and then some viewers came by to, whatever, ask for feedback. You suck at sound design. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. No, there's no chance. But I don't know. For someone who has releases on like whatever, recognizable labels, I don't know. But maybe you use, I don't know, maybe you have some other techniques to whatever, just get to great ideas. I don't know. Maybe it's possible without doing any sound design. Obviously presets, right? So if it sounds good, it sounds good. But I don't know. I guess I like to sound design quite a lot, and I don't know, it just keeps the interest for me. And I have sound designed many sounds throughout my time, and I don't use all of them, but they are certainly good starters for whatever. Some how should I say this? Some ideas, pretty much, and just blending them together with some MIDI and finding something interesting. I used to use just like, I don't know if it was your submission or it was someone else's. Someone said like before that they have used Serum, and I don't know if that was you or that was the previous submission, but I used to use Serum quite a lot, but then I realized it wasn't enough at a certain point, and I just switched to something different. But it's still like a really great bread and butter type of tool to have. And I'm sure, like, when thinking of presets, probably Serum and even Sylenth1, but Sylenth1, like, you can still probably only do a saw wave, square, pulse, and a sine wave, and you can kind of blend between them, and that's pretty much how far Sylenth1 goes. There's no wavetable functionality in there. But it was back in the day, I feel like before or until 2010, 2011, it was pretty much the only sim that people use. Like, I think Retrovision is still using Sylenth1, and he's like, damn, he's like still going at it, after all these years, still like really great sound, anything. And like Sylenth1, and like what? I mean, you would probably guess he's using Serum like everyone, but Sylenth1 just with a lot of processing, pretty much, and obviously good whatever chords, melodies, and that kind of thing. All right then, so guess. Let's play it down a little bit. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna play with some loops for now, and yeah, that's how I usually start the ball rolling, pretty much. If I don't have any like particular inspiration to do anything, and it really varies how I start. Either it's playing something on keyboard or and basically using some MIDI or using loops as an alternative. And if something sounds good, it sounds good. It doesn't matter, as we have said, if it's a whatever sample pack, splice, whatever. But I guess splice vocals are pretty tricky, but and people also like pretty much everyone I listen to online is saying that, oh, you shouldn't use splice vocals, it's bad. But I also have the same approach as with everything else to the splice vocals. If you manage to bring out the best out of the vocal in your type of idea, then your idea is still going to be the preferred one. When you take a vocal from splice, right? Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, like I don't buy the argument that you shouldn't use splice vocals because anyone can get access to them. For me, it is just a matter of if 10 producers get the same vocal, the one that does the best job is gonna win for me, and I'm gonna listen to the one that I like the most, and end of story. Like it's kind of like a listener, your average consumer type of situation. Like, who's gonna care if this vocal is on 10 different releases, right? I mean, sure, like it's no longer like whatever unique vocal for a unique track, but again, if it sounds good, it sounds good, right? So that's what I believe. And I usually laugh when I hear like even submissions that people send me, and I directly hear a splice vocal, but even if I've used the vocal before myself, but if he or she does the better job than I do, why not? Yeah, but there's also maybe, I mean, usually they say that it's copyright free, like anything that is on Splice, but I might imagine that some stuff is getting copyright. I've heard some stuff is getting copyright claimed on YouTube, even when you use this copyright free vocal, right? So I mean, I've heard stories like that, because technically if you release your song with that vocal, then it kind of becomes a copyrighted piece, and probably based on top of that, someone with that release with that vocal might give you a copyright claim. And I've heard of stories like that, but I don't know if that's actually if that was the case or whatever, if something else was the case. So I'm just gonna browse through this a little bit and see. Okay, let's just keep going. Or alternatively, so that I skip these drums. Let me see. Let me just catch up a little bit. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, that also might be a case of like, yeah, I agree. Like, if the song doesn't get big in a sense, then I guess no one is gonna notice anyway, like regardless of what is the case. But if you get millions of plays on Spotify or whatever, then, you know, all of a sudden, you know, the vocalist wants the slice of the pie sometimes, you know, who knows? That might be the case. But usually from what I read on Splice is that, like, you know usually who the vocalist is, but they just ask you to not put their name in your track when you know, use their vocal in your idea. But I know, I guess if you would like to have, I don't know, song titled whatever, Skyshot Music featuring blah blah blah, then you might need to ask the singer for the permission or something. I've heard. If you really want to have that kind of title. But then usually you don't really have to do that. And I mean, I even heard stories or read text information that some vocalists are, you know, specifically asking you to, you know, not mention their names. Like they prefer to not be named. Yeah, there were some cases like this. Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, like more business stuff, and I guess I'm not that much into whatever business side of things, to be honest. Or maybe if I just see, go for the tag. Let me see here. Yeah, so I actually don't know if you have already checked out our Discord server, Skyshot Music, but I'm sure that if you would join, then many people that are in there would, you know, potentially also benefit from your, I don't know, musical expertise, I guess. So I don't know, if it's something that might interest you, then we have like, I don't know, I think like 40 people or something there already. And I don't know, I try to kind of keep it as a kind of like a circle of you know, like-minded people that I guess have like-minded goals and whatever stuff. Yeah, so we can do that via like !Discord, or there's also a link at my profile page. And it's not that I'm sort of like whatever asking you to do it, but I feel like a lot of people in there would really you know, benefit from your presence in there, like in case, I don't know, anyone asks something or whatever. I mean, you certainly seem to know a lot, so I mean, that would be like a, I guess, missed opportunity from my side if I wouldn't ask. So I think we actually have also one guy in there that does lo-fi music full time, and like releases a lot of stuff as well. And yeah, he also is in there and joined, and yeah, it's like usually the more experienced people we have, the better, pretty much. And you know, even like whatever, like giving feedback to people like in the feedback section in there is also like whatever, like I don't need to be the only one sort of doing that, but the more opinions there is, the you know, usually better kind of thing. Oh really? Are you still at a university? Damn. So, you know, studying and doing releases. I mean, Kind of like a dream, isn't it? Hello, Chakra DNB DN Bro. Hello and welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Let's make it maybe a little bit longer. Yeah, maybe something like this. Yeah, so I really like, I don't know, I probably have that phase, like I wouldn't call it like a middle age crisis, but like, I don't know, early age crisis, when I sort of the only stuff I enjoy doing right now is synthwave music or the sounds of the 80s, and I haven't done anything house or trance related in months, I would guess. But I just, even when I listen on to stuff on streaming services, I have this like huge synthwave playlist that I just play from, like 150 tracks or something like this. But I guess the main genre that I started with and still kind of consider my, I don't know, flagship thing is like I guess a blend of house and trance music, but not so much, you know, lately. Pretty much that there are a lot of ideas and a lot of projects in that sense, but I haven't experimented, fiddled around with it that much lately. Let's see. Just check. Right, let's keep going. So what I do right now is I'm gonna just find some nice loops and just throw them, drag and drop, and that's kind of how I sometimes do this, is that I just find nice sounds and I just drag and drop them to the sample pool at the left hand side, and then I just kind of cook up something interesting with it and kind of see how it goes from there, sort of thing. And it can usually be like 20-30 sounds sometimes, and even sometimes when I have so many, I find that one thing that is like really nice, really interesting, and then I sort of delete the whole pool. Once again, I just, you know, start from that one sound and kind of keep building the pile. You know, again, kind of like I used to put it as like finding puzzles, and, you know, finding the right puzzles, and the more nice puzzles I have, the more I'm capable of building something interesting, pretty much. So let's say, yeah, I like this one, so I'm just gonna drag and drop, just keep going. And hopefully it's not too loud for any of you. In case it's too loud, you can let me know or something. Yeah, so I think we are slowly but surely getting somewhere, because I'm finding more and more interesting sounds. And if, I don't know, if I find something really, really interesting, then I guess I'm just gonna start with that one thing and keep building on top of it. So actually, you know what? Okay, so we have this, right, which is this instance. So I'm gonna duplicate it. I usually do. So this one is like some kind of a what is it, like yeah, synth sound pretty much. So it's routed to this mix bus, and now I want to open up a bass thing. So I'm gonna route this to the bass bus. And okay, so this is gonna be the bass thing. Okay, so now here's an interesting thing. Here's why I like this sample manager. So now, okay, I know this is D minor. The sample claims, or the information claims, is it's D minor, right? So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go pitch, and I'm gonna go D, and then it's gonna be locked to D at all times. No matter if I switch the sample to a different one, it's always gonna stay at D as a root note, kind of thing. So now I can do the same in the second instance and go D as well. So now, let me see. So now I'm gonna remove the synth tag from the second one, and let me see. I'm gonna put a bass tag on it instead, so that anything that I find within this folder that I kind of still taking sounds off of is gonna be are gonna be bass sounds, right? And loops specifically as well. So let me see how that turns out. Right, so I'm gonna make it a little bit quieter. Yeah, so the idea now is that both of the sounds are playing in the same root note, pretty much, which might imply same key, but that is not always the case. But the idea is that they are pitched more or less the same or in tune, so that, you know, nothing is out of key when, you know, playing with each other. You know. And this is actually really interesting because the concept, the idea behind it comes from a iOS app that I like to use on my iPhone and whatever iPad, which is called Bloxwave. And Bloxwave is pretty much this concept. You put you scan a batch of sounds in terms of tempo and pitch, and then you have like very quick way of just hot swapping sounds and you know, finding something that works. And that's how I usually roll these days. Yeah, so let's say like this one was quite nice. So I'm gonna say, okay, I wanna export the raw. So I drag and drop, and here I have the, you know, next thing for the next idea, or, you know, next puzzle to kind of, you know, put together, right? And I just keep going like this until I find something that, you know, really clicks. But obviously then again, you know, not all of the sounds are, you know, working the way they should work, and there are some tricks to kind of consider. So let's say we are now in the right, D minor, right, which is the kind of main key that we are working in right now. So I know now that the notes that I can use within this root note and scale is D, E, F, and, you know, all the ones that are basically you know, light areas, highlighted areas, right? Like we talked, you know, a little bit, you know, previously about, you know, scale highlighting. So I can sort of confidently switch you know, between these root notes, right? Let me see here. Yeah. I mean, awesome. I'm thanks so much for stopping by, and is why 1 a.m. where you are. Yeah, then you probably should go to bed. Thanks so much for stopping by, and yeah, I'm looking forward to whatever, having the next stream or something. It was a really nice talking to you, and have a good one. Cheers. So let's say C, right? Yeah, that is still not good. Let's say G. Okay, let's say G. But I actually would like to go a semitone lower than that. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna try to fit something into this synth loop, and if I find something interesting, then I guess I'm gonna save it like I usually do. And yeah, I've been live for, let me see, almost 5 hours already. Oh damn. So I guess I would need to, like, you know, take a break. Let me see, but so this is D, right? Let me go to C sharp. Right. And so there's gonna be a new thing, there's gonna be a new scale. C sharp. Exactly. And F sharp. Yeah, let's stick to the same one. So that would be right, C sharp. But then right, yes. Okay, so here is an interesting thing. So let me think for a second. So G sharp, right, was the one that was working, and we are in C sharp. So C sharp or G sharp are then kind of nice spots where I might pitch this bass line or whatever kind of bass line, right? So let me see. Let's say this one is okay. So I'm gonna go back in here, and originally it's in F sharp, and now we have pitched it up to, or down, whatever, to G sharp, right? But it could also be C sharp, which is the original root note. But as that is still, both of these are still kind of within the same realm, the same scale, right? So this is the idea. Yeah, I think I'm gonna find, let's say I'm gonna find 2 more bass lines that are, you know, okay. And I'm gonna drag and drop them and I'm gonna call it a day afterwards, I think. Okay, so this one was... So here's like an interesting thing. So so let me see, that would be bassline in C sharp. And then that would be in G sharp. Which is like, you know, a little bit more interesting, a little more, I don't know, in a nicer pitch or whatever. Right, so did I... Right, I'm gonna drag and drop this in here. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna pull down the screen so that you have something nice to look at in the meantime. And yeah, I don't think I have like a much to show anyway, so at least you guys have a nice visual in front of you or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, this one's not bad. Let me drag and drop, and let's find the last one. Yeah. Yeah, so, right. So, I mean, that would be pretty much it. Right. Okay. Awesome. So, I think I'm gonna wrap it up for today. For the day. All right then. And I'm just gonna save this as something. If I go. But I guess I could say if there are any viewers still on the chat, then you can let me know if you have any whatever last questions, last words before I wrap it up. But I'm just gonna save this thing in the meantime. And yeah, I guess we can wrap it up afterwards. See musical FLP. What should I call this thing? yeah, I'm probably gonna write something stupid like stream idea 250222. Yeah. All right then. So, yeah. If no one has anything else to ask or say, then I guess I will just wrap it up. Anyways, I'd like to thank everyone who has been here and who is still here for watching. And yeah, I mean, I will hopefully try to do more of these and yeah, basically, you know, I guess find better times of the day when it might be, I don't know, like ideal both for me and for other people to kind of, you know, chime in and whatever. You know, enjoy the stream. But yeah, thanks so much, and goodbye for now. Cheers.